That's a good idea, Kelly Wolf. I'll have to look into that. Okay, cool. If y'all know a way, let me know in the Discord. Otherwise, I'm just gonna hit record for now. I'm just gonna let this be recorded. And yeah, welcome if you're watching on YouTube. Day of the Sun, Juche's Day. Day of the Sun happened to fall on Juche's Day. I swear I didn't plan this. So welcome in. And check out this awesome musical piece. The way they made this into a multi-part piece is fucking amazing. Okay, cool, Dave. Thank you. The little smirk she gave. She's just like, I'm shredding this shit. Holy shit. That's incredible. All of that collectively, like that's so often you hear that piece done as a solo, right? It's so often that you hear that piece done as a solo. That was amazing. Wow. Incredible piece. President Kim Il Sung's old home at Mangyongdae. Look at it. Here's where Kim Il Sung grew up in Mangyongdae. Mangyongdae has been known as a place of great scenic beauty from olden times. It was called thus as it commands a bird's eye view of the kaleidoscope variety of beautiful scenery. The name originally referred to Mangyong Hill. Up on the hill, one can look down on the natural scenery in around 40 kilometers, and the shape of the hill looks like an elaborate tower. So it has been called Mangyongdae since olden times. Once I finish this news, I will need the 840 for sure. It was in the 1860s that the family of President Kim Il Sung had settled at Mangyongdae. At the time, a landlord in Pyongyang built a gravekeeper's cottage to keep his mountains and graves at Mangyongdae. Kim Ung-il, great-grandfather of the president, who lived in Jungseong-ri of Pyongyang, was so poor that he could hardly afford even one-room straw-thatched house. So he decided to look after the mountains and graves of the landlord and moved to the gravekeeper's cottage at Mangyongdae. The president was born on April 15th, 1912, in the straw-thatched house, which was commonly seen in every part of the country during the years of tribulations, when the Korean people lost their country, and which was not conspicuous among other houses and had nothing special. The main building was a small kitchen and 2 living rooms, with the outhouse comprising 3 small barns, the low attic standing on one side of the courtyard and jars in front of it. The relics in the kitchen and rooms, the plow and other farming implements, straw mat, noodle press, hollowed out gourd with a hole at the top, and others evoke unforgettable memories of the life of his family. Still, many people visit this house, revealing vivid traces of poverty, going through a small brushwood gate. The gate tells many touching stories. When members of his family said farewell to his grandfather and grandmother and left the house, they would walk through the brushwood gate in high spirit, saying that they would return after liberating the country from Japanese military rule. But it was only President Kim Il Sung who returned. When he returned to Mangyongdae, after liberating Korea, 20 years after he left home, and 40 years after the national ruin, his grandmother hugged him outside the brushwood gate and pounded him on the chest, saying, "How have you come back alone? Where did you leave your father and mother? Did you not want to return with them?" Referring to his feelings at the time, the president recalled in his reminiscence, with the century, quote, "With her heart bursting with such deep grief, what was my agony as I walked through the brushwood gate of my old home alone, without bringing with me even the bones of my parents, who were dead and lying in a far-off foreign land. After that, whenever I passed through the gate of someone else's house, I would wonder how many family members had gone through that gate and how many of them returned." Unquote. When they enter the old home at Mangyongdae through this brushwood gate, visitors can see the farm implements, the plastered water jar, a distorted jar, a pair of worn-out millstones, a lampstand, which seems to have been used for generations, and other relics showing the poor life of the family members at Mangyangdae. The historic relics not only show traces of hard labor, pervading each of them are the warm heart that they can live without money, but they cannot live without humanity, and the patriotic soul of the family members of Mangyangdae, who successfully overcome the tempests of the times by regarding love for the country and the people as their family tradition, even in grinding poverty. Kim Koo once visited the president's old home in Mangyangdae after national liberation. As he entered the house, the president's grandfather, Kim Po-young, was knitting together milled stalks to make a fence for the vegetable plot in a plain peasant's dress, as usual. And his grandmother, Ri Po-ik, was choosing garlic seeds on the strip of level ground under the eaves before the kitchen. He was so impressed to see them work that he asked them why the grandparents of the leader of a country were doing such rough works. Kim Po-hyun answered that his grandson was the leader, but he was a peasant, and that there was an old saying that farming is the mainstay of the country, and only when farmers do their job well can the country led by him be administered well. The president was born to such patriotic and popular family and grew up to be a great revolutionary. The dawn of the turn of the destiny of the DPRK people came up from this house. The Korean Revolution started from the day when the president went out of the Brushwood Gate from his old home and embarked on the 1,000 250-mile journey for national liberation, and the Juche idea can trace its origin back to it. So the DPRK people call his old home at Mangyangdae the cradle of revolution, and habitually visit his old home at Mangyangdae in April in every year. And there it is once more. That's the day. Welcome, Salty. Hopefully I can turn your shitty mood around because this is Juche's day. It's the day of the sun. We're celebrating Kim Il-sung's birthday all day today. So welcome in. Next piece we have Traces Left by Great Man at Mangyangdae. Here's relics from Kim Il-sung's house here. Mangyangdae is the place where President Kim Il-sung was born and spent his childhood. Preserved intact there are historic relics showing the qualities and personality traits of the president as a great man. Warship Rock. At Mangyangdae, there is Warship Rock, on which young Kim Il-sung, together with his friends, played at soldiers against the Japanese imperialists, nurturing the great ambition of expelling the Japanese imperialists from the land of Korea and winning back the lost country. He said to the children of his village that the large rock was a warship to capture the Japanese rogues, and a small rock beside it was a small boat to guard the warship. The large rock, to which everyone has been indifferent, was called Warship Rock from then on, and the shouts of the children playing at soldiers would resound around the rock. When Kim Il-sung mounted the rock and called on the children to go fight the Japanese aboard the warship, they shouted, "Charge!" cheering and raising their spirits. He directed the play so skillfully that even the adults of the village could not leave the playing place readily, admiring him as fit to become a general in the future. The Rock still tells that Mangyangdae is the cradle of the outstanding military wisdom, commanding art, matchless courage, and grit of the president who defeated two formidable imperialist powers in one generation. Gramophone and books. At Mangyangdae Revolutionary Museum are preserved a gramophone and books showing the great personality traits of young Kim Il-sung. One spring day, his father, Kim Young-jik, bore out a gramophone from the walled city of Pyongyang to please the villagers. The villagers, who had never heard even the word gramophone, thought it mysterious, listening to it. Kim Il-sung, however, did not think so. After the villagers had gone, he dismantled the gramophone and found out it was operated by a mechanism. He also read many books on the time-honored history of Korea at his old home in Mangyangdae. The books were those which even people of average intelligence would find difficult to understand without some knowledge. He would sit up all night reading books on different fields, newspapers, magazines, etc., to acquire wide knowledge of nature and society, and he drew the admiration of people for his extensive socio-political insights. The Pine Tree at Mungyang Hill and the Rainbow. One summer day in 1916, a clear rainbow arched over Mungyang Hill, its one end resting on the floor of Kim Il-sung's old home. Seeing this, he climbed an ash tree in front of his house, trying to catch the rainbow before anybody could try to dissuade him. Shortly afterwards, he came down from the tree and hurried to the hill to climb a pine, reaching out for the rainbow. But the rainbow disappeared again beyond the hill. Though he felt great dissatisfaction, yet he further felt love for the beautiful country and scenic mountains and clear rivers, and cherished a dream and ideal for the future of his country, where the people would live happily without exploiters. In the spirit of the strong pine, which maintains its green, even if covered with snow and frost, he defeated the Japanese imperialists while crossing long miles of raging blizzards and bloody battles, and liberated Korea. He then built a socialist state where the people are masters of everything, as he had pictured in his childhood. The pine on Mungyang Hill still stands, telling about the traces of the great man. Pyongyang Times. And you can also see these old pots too. There's the farming implements. There's the old pots as well. 2 copper pots and 1 distorted copper pot. Immortal exploits performed for the cause of independence for mankind. The cause for independence for mankind can victoriously advance along the track of development in the face of all ordeals only when there are scientific ideas and theories correctly reflecting the people's aspirations and ideals. Welcome in, EPA. Happy Day of the Sun. President Kim Il-sung and Chairman Kim Jong-il performed immortal exploits for accomplishing the independence cause of their revolutionary activities conducted on their visit to Indonesia are recorded in the histories of leadership. The president and the chairman paid a visit to Indonesia in April 1965 to attend an event in commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the First Asian African Conference. The conference was a meeting for international gathering, demonstrating to the world that the people of newly independent countries in Asia and Africa, who had been subjected to maltreatment and oppression, emerged into the global arena as a powerful anti-imperialist independent force. The event marked the 10th anniversary of the Bandung Conference, drew heads of state and government of nearly 40 Asian and African countries and many other prominent figures. At the meeting with Indonesian President Sukarno, President Kim Il-sung expressed firm support to and solidarity with the anti-imperialist and independent stand and policy of Indonesia, and highly praised the spirit of the Bandung Conference, reflecting the aspirations of the Asian and African people for independence. During the visit, he also met the head of state of governments of other countries to encourage Asian and African people in their struggle to eliminate domination, subordination, exploitation, and oppression. He delivered an important lecture on the experience gained in building socialism in the DPRK at the Ali Artem Academy of Social Sciences in Indonesia. On different occasions during his Indonesia visit, Chairman Kim Jong-il stressed the need to develop friendly and cooperative relations between developing countries and make the anti-imperialist independent forces pool their efforts to thwart the hegemony-seeking schemes of the imperialist forces and step up the cause of independence for the masses of the people. At a meeting with high-ranking officials, important figures, and service personnel of Indonesia, he referred to the issues of building up the forces of developing countries and smashing the piecemeal defeat strategy of the imperialists, who were viciously maneuvering to check and destroy the unity and cohesion of the anti-imperialist independent forces with the strategy of unity. Branding U.S. imperialism as the common enemy of the world people, he clarified the truth of the revolution, that they will surely emerge victorious when they unite and fight under the banner of independence. Filled with deep admiration for his idea of independence against imperialism and outstanding wisdom, the Indonesian personages unanimously vowed to always remain faithful to the cause of independence against imperialism and conduct positive activities to further strengthen and develop the friendship between DPRK and Indonesia. Afterwards, the chairman made public, "Let us strengthen friendship and solidarity with the newly emerging countries," and many other works to give scientific answers to the theoretical and practical issues arising in building up the anti-imperialist independent forces and developing the cause of independence for humankind. The Indonesia visit by the president and the chairman was a journey of historic significance that greatly contributed to promoting the unity and solidarity of developing countries and anti-imperialist independent forces around the world and the cause of independence for humankind. Pyongyang Times. And I've got one last Pyongyang Times article for you here. This is on the revolutionary activities of Comrade Kim Jong-un. And this is fantastic. Fantastic example of internationalism right here. The respected Comrade Kim Jong-un sends educational aid fund, stipends for Korean children in Japan. The respected Comrade Kim Jong-un sent to the General Association of Korean Residents in Japan the educational aid fund and stipends amounting to 287.2 million yen in Japanese currency for the democratic national education of Korean children in Japan on the occasion of the 113th anniversary of the birth of President Kim Il-sung. The Educational Aid Fund and stipends sent so far by President Kim Il-sung and Chairman Kim Jong-il and General Secretary Kim Jong-un for the Korean children in Japan in 171 installments amounts to 49,988,590,390 yen in Japanese currency. KCNA. Holy shit. Again, talk about DPRK not being internationalist all you want. Azov went to a 1 battalion outside the army to now a corps with more than 5 brigades in it. The fascists are multiplying. Oh god. Ukrainian National Guard 12th Azov Battalion announced the formation of the 1st National Guard Azov Corps, which includes the National Guard's 1st, 12th, 14th, 15th, and 20th Brigade. Good God. Yeah, Dave, same. I've had people literally say that to me. That Azov is not even relevant anymore. Like, hello? They appear to be multiplying from what I'm seeing, you know? Okay, before we do the little concert, I'm gonna say that I have a couple doobies rolled here. After that Hassan rant and everything, I wouldn't mind having a puff while we watch this concert. Maybe 2 puffs. If comrades could type 420 into chat or 840 into chat, that would help me be able to have a puff while we watch this concert that we got coming up here. Not necessarily a concert for President Kim Il-sung's birthday per se, but close enough. And it'll be very enjoyable. Yeah, the Azov Battalion is now just completely... When they say that they don't exist anymore, they're just been... Oh, your adult things. Solidarity with you, Complainy. So, one of the rare 420s I see. Yeah, that's the thing. Azov has just become more integrated with the Ukrainian standing army. So yeah. If anything, it's that. Exactly. Thank you for the 420s. Thank you for the 840s. Yeah, but I mean, but also not gone technically either, because they are still the Azov Battalion proper in name, with many battalions. So not even technically. It's just they've become more integrated and multiplied. Okay, I'm gonna read you this quote, and then we're gonna do a full 48-minute long Morang Bong Bang concert before we read a bit more from 70 Brilliant Years of Leadership. But I'm giving you lots of Kim Il-sung quotes today, so here's another one for you. The victory of the Socialist Revolution and the establishment of the socialist system represent a historic change in the masses' struggle to achieve independence. But the revolution does not end there. Socialist society is a transitional society in which hangovers from the old society exist in many spheres of social life. If we are able to overcome the transitional character of socialist society and advance to the higher plane of communism, we must continue the revolution in the ideological, technical, and cultural spheres. The ideological, technical, and cultural revolutions are difficult and complicated undertakings. To do away with the remnants of the old society and to take the ideological and material fortresses of communism. These are a revolutionary struggle to liquidate capitalism once and for all and provide the masses with full independence. Kim Il-sung. Remember this quote when someone tries to tell you that DPRK and Kim Il-sung abandoned class struggle after socialism. No. No, they didn't. Okay, and now I'm gonna thank you for the 420s. Thank you for the 840s, comrades. I'm gonna smoke a doobie, and you're gonna enjoy this right here. Yet newly formed 1st, 4th, 5th, and 12th Azov Corps. Okay, you're gonna enjoy this. I'm gonna light this doobie.
진행하는 공포들, 사랑하는 형제자매들, 우리 인민군 군관 병사들, 공화국 남반도에서 확장하는 빨리선들, 조선민주주의 인민공화국 정부를 자처하여 나는 여러분에게 다음과 같이 호소합니다. 매우 역전 20만 캐나전대의 군대는 6월 25일에 38선 미국 전 지역에 걸쳐 전면적으로 진공을 개시하였습니다. 용감한 공화국 정비자는 적들의 진공을 상대하여 가혹한 전투를 전개하면서 20만 캐나전대 군대의 진공을 차별시켰습니다. 조선민주주의 인민공화국 정부는 조선군 군수를 타구하고 우리 인민군대의 결정적 반공격적으로 하고 공격하고 명령을 따르었습니다.
짓밟은 문수 복수의 총성 높게 들고 문제는요 나아간다. 진격이가 앞으로 진격 또 진격 남녘땅을 대박하려 질풍같이 나아간다. 조국의 통일이 내 본역을 위해 이 땅에서 원수이 쓸어버리자 수령님을 부르심 따라 교회사전이 나아간다. 교회사전이 나아간다.
Oh my goodness, Julia. Sorry to interrupt this amazing concert for just 1 second here, comrades. You just gotta see something right quick. Look at this. Look at what Julia's working on. Beautiful. Goddamn, comrade. Amazing. You do such amazing work. Such lovely fucking embroidery, comrade. I love it. W's in chat for Julia. Yes, make all the emotes dance on screen, please. That's what the concert is for. Oh, there you go, Lainey and Julia.
어둡던 강산이 봄을 주시고 저수를
Oh yeah, Julia, did you see? You might not have saw. Look what I got on today. I got my pin on today for the Day of the Sun, of course. My actual DPRK issued pin. One that I asked, the specific one that I asked my comrade to get. Because there's all different ones that you can get. There's all different ones, and I specifically wanted this one with both of them on it. Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung. This is my favorite one. The one I asked for. That's my favorite pin. There's a bunch of different ones, and it's voluntary. Like, people think that, like, it's a mandatory thing that everybody in DPRK has to wear these pins. It's completely voluntary. There's all sorts of different ones that you can get. There's ones with just Kim Il-sung. There's ones with just Kim Jong-il. I like this one with them both. This is my favorite one. And the flag in this shape. There's circle ones and stuff too, though. Very proud of this pin. And I got this pin because a comrade of mine presented a paper that I wrote for the Korean Association of Social Sciences, and they felt weird keeping the pin for themselves, so they sent me the pin because I couldn't attend. They presented my paper for me, essentially. Yeah, I will too, Julia, but it will also represent a new exciting era for DPRK, because something we should be aware of is that DPRK already has the issue of who will replace Kim Jong-un solved. It's a part of, that's actually a very vital thing, like what they were saying as well. It's why they knew Kim Jong-il was going to be the new leader after Kim Il-sung. Because of how popular he was, because of the theoretical work he was doing. They're elected by, it depends on what you're talking. If you're talking the Workers' Party, they're elected by the Workers' Party of Korea. The same as you would in, like, any other place. The party itself would nominate candidates, and then people vote on those nominations. But then being a leader of the party in DPRK or in a socialist country is not like being the leader of a party in capitalism. Even though it's the ruling party, the party is still independent of all the states, right? So then for Kim Jong-un to then serve as the general, he has to then be elected by the party and like appointed to the position of general or marshal, which he's elected to, as Julia points out, every 5 years. And he's elected to the Workers' Party of Korea every 5 years as well. And is also subject to recall at any time in between those 5 years. In the case of the Workers' Party, he's recallable by the Workers' Party. In the case of the marshal of the military, he's recallable by the society in general, by the cabinet or by the Supreme People's Assembly. Either one. So yeah, just a little factoid for you there. Okay, I'm smoking the joint now for real. Oh, this is a good one.
다시 공연한 그날을 위하여 받들어 나가자 우리의 최고 사령관 그의 부름에 원수름을 부시고 그이를 모시고 승리를 노래하리 봄이면 사과꽃이 하얗게 피어나고 가을엔 하늘이서 물결 치는 것 내 고향 푸른 늘 한줌이 흘리 목숨보다 귀중한 줄 나는 알았네 우리가 부르는 나의 소리 성군님의 그 풍인 줄 나는 알았네 무효 우리 헤어져 다시 만난다면 추억의 노래를 부르자 전우의 노래를 하나의 뜻으로 맺어진 전우의 노래를 축포가 오르는 그날 우리 서로 만나 추억의 노래를 부르자 승리의 노래를 전승의 광장에 모여서 춤추며 노래하자 라라라 라라라 라라라라 라라라 라라라 라라라라 라라라라라라라 그대가 한 그루 너무 승리 위해 뿌렸던 용사들의 더운 피를 땅에 묻어둘 수 없어 저 하늘에 빛내는가 주포여 너는 용사들 위해 수놓은 꽃다발 주포여 너는 용사들 위해 뿌리는 꽃 보라 말아라 전승이 주포여 승리는 영원히 조선의 것이라고 물적으로 빗발치던 터널들이 우려오고 가슴으로 막았던 허점들이 비껴오네 주포야 너는 용사들 녹슨 빛내는 귤무리 주포야 너는 용사들 위해 제기는 훈장미가 말아라 전승의 주포여 승리는 영원히 조선의 것이라고 분이 너무 슬금슬금 돌아앉니 살구먹으니 바라보니 그 솜씨가 서투르지 부끄러워도 말했지요. 제가 빨아들일까요? 제가 빨아들일까요? 제가 빨아들일까요? 샘물터에 물을 길러 동민이 이고 나갔더니 낯이 익은 동무들이 나를 둘러싸겠지요. 아름다운 초래동무 노래 하나 불러주노 부끄러워도 불렀지요. 너를 감긴 봄노래를 너를 감긴 봄노래를 너를 감긴 봄노래를 샘물통에 물을 길러 동이 이고 나갔더니 샘물터에 물을 길러 동이 이고 나갔더니 푸른 동무들이 춤소리로 떠나가죠. 고동지른 샘물터에 진달래 꽃 꽂아주며 고등하여 부탁했지요. 승리를 떠오세요. 승리를 떠오세요. 승리의 날 떠오세요. 승리의 날 떠오세요. 승리의 날 떠오세요. 승리의 날 떠오세요. 성국이 사하여와 독립을 위하여 수많은 어제들과 하늘과 바다에서 사랑하는 소국가부터 영감이 사수하여 물수들을 쇼고보시고 우리는 승리네. 중간에 승리를 펄펄 달리며 용명하신 주님의 높은 뜻을 받들고 내게 차별하거나 본설 믿는 나가자. 내게 차별하거나 본설 믿는 나가자.
수많은 공파 형제 자매들, 영의적 인민군 장병들과 남녀 관리상들, 영감한 중국인민지원군 장병들, 수많은 동지들, 지난 7월 27일 10시에 판문점에서는 조선인민군과 중국인민지원군 대표들을 일방으로 하고 미대국주의자들을 위수로 한 무력 침공군 대표들을 타방으로 하여 정전협정이 체결되었습니다. 조선에서 정전의 달성은 외려 개국주의 연합세력을 대체하여 미대국주의 미승만 내국 사당들을 반대하여 자유와 독립을 수호하는 우리 조선 인민이 3년간에 걸친 영적 투쟁의 결과이며 우리나라와 우리 인민이 성취한 위대한 역사적 승리입니다.
Yeah. See ya.
혈중빨리 입지를 좁으시고 서초리 내 나라를 서주신 수령님 계속 대부주 만세 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 인민의 백사를 드린다 영광 드린다 용력한 기법 결전의 모든 넓법을 우리들은 잊지 않는다. 위대한 군대의 승리자들이 경기를 그린다. 경기를 그린다. 승용이 따라 승리까지 강자통은 영원하리. 영생과 나라 대들이여 우조선 빛내가리라. 위대한 군대의 승리자들이 경기를 그린다. 경기를 그린다.
Damn, Jeremiah.
발걸음 더 높이 활기치며 가자. 치리치리하 여민들과 함께 군악 소리 맞춰 행진해 가자. 이놈이 바친 감포소를 밟고 지나
Yankee Devils.
동무여 힘차게 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 지춤을 울리며 나가자. 승리 승리 승리
Well, in DPRK, the army's used for like building hospitals too.
돌치자 위대한 조선의 승리를. 순국님의 명령 위훈으로 빛내 훈장을 보라. 침략자의 깃발 불태우며 터치 축포를 보라. 승리 위해 싸운 용사들은 우리 부모들이라. 한부여 경례를 세대를 이어서 드리자. 승리 치르지 더 높이 뚫치자. 위대한 조선의 승리.
How taxation works in the DPRK. I got you, Kubashi. As soon as this is over.
승리 치르지. 승리를 뚫치자. 조선의 승리를 뚫치자. 순수농장 진화 모두 치는
That's true, Julia. Yes, they help with disaster relief. They help with construction. If there's a farm in DPRK that needs manpower in order to harvest, the army will be called in.
중앙을 따라 발걸음을 맞춰 고무탄단지. 동무여 앞으로 최고의 승리를 향하여. 승리
Okay. Allow me to help you with your question about taxation here. Just a second. Here we go. That's your concert. Okay, before we do this, someone had a question about taxation.
Two contrasting systems seen through taxation. The law on abolishing the tax system was promulgated in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea on March 21st, Juche 63 or 1974. The British Association for the Study of Sungun Politics, the British Group for the Study of the Juche Idea, and the British chapter of the Korean Friends Association in their joint statement said, after the promulgation of the law on completely abolishing the tax system in Korea, the DPRK became a tax-free country for the first time in the world. It was really an amazing event. The complete abolition of the tax system in Korea freed the two contrasting systems seen through taxation. The law on abolishing the tax system was promulgated in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea on March 21st, Juche 63 or 1974. The British Association for the Study of Sungun Politics, the British Group for the Study of the Juche Idea, and the British chapter of the Korean Friends Association in their joint statement said, after the promulgation of the law on completely abolishing the tax system in Korea, the DPRK became a tax-free country for the first time in the world. It was really an amazing event. The complete abolition of the tax system in Korea freed the Korean people from all sorts of taxes and improved their living onto a higher level. This is a miracle of history. The Nigerian newspaper New Nigerian in an article said, looking back upon the days when the Korean people have lived a tax-free life, we can fully understand the reason why they do not choose other system but the socialist system under any circumstances and conditions. A member of the National Secretariat of the Youth Organization of the Popular Liberation Movement of Angola said with excitement, in the world, there are not a few self-styled advanced states and welfare states, but the DPRK is the only tax-free country. It is an ideal and hope of humanity to live in a tax-free country. Korea is an ideal society humanity has desired so much. The abolition of the tax system in socialist Korea greatly shocked the world as one of the human historic events in the 20th century. Along with it, the world of tax disappeared for good and all in Korea. But in the capitalist society, taxes are increasing day by day, and it is a serious social problem. It is proved well by the tax system of the United States. In the United States, tax takes the largest proportion in the national financial revenues. Tax goes along from the cradle to the tomb. Death and tax are inevitable. These words are heard often in the American society. Whenever it suffers an economic crisis, the United States enforces a policy of making different kinds of new tax items, increasing the amount of the taxes and enriching the monopolies with the money. For instance, after the financial crisis in 2008, ridiculous tax items such as cigar tax and fatness tax newly appeared in some states of the United States. Due to the daily increasing tax burdens, people are suffering utter destitution and double and treble exploitation.
Yeah, this is the thing, Julia. It may not be a utopia, but if you're a working person, it sure would feel a hell of a lot closer to one than anything you got in the West. Just for the simple fact that you don't have like the worries that hang over your head in a capitalist society. The worries of security and safety and things like this, right? In old age, having enough to survive, so on and so forth. So I don't know what the fuck you call a utopia, whatever that means, but that sure as hell would feel a lot closer than anything we have in capitalism. Jay, welcome in, comrade. Great to see you. I raise my sunshine glass to you on this day of the sun, comrade. Welcome in, Jay. Great to see you. Exactly. There's also a purpose, dignity, pride, and sense of community in your work survival, which I think can't be beaten. Yeah, because you're all contributing to a project of building a better world. Like, actually. And a project of building up your society.
Most of the poor in the United States fail to pay taxes, which jumped more than 50% after the year 2000. So they live in houses without water and electric power supply during the year. The Russian radio Sputnik exposed that in the United States, one of the 4 families has to pay more than 70% of its earnings as tax. And in case it fails to pay taxes, it is left homeless immediately. The Japanese magazine Sekai Shuho also disclosed that the tax system of the United States is good to the rich and bad to the working masses. This is the reality of the United States, which talks about equality of all people and public welfare. The inequitable tax system is an inevitable product of the politics of the United States. Today, in the United States, people of broad stripes are constantly waging fierce protest actions against the corrupt society, which forces only poverty and inequality on the...
Yeah, Julia, I mean, I show this one message sometimes. Juche, Google autocorrect is obviously terrible, so the message is like not as clear as it could be if you were there at the time. But this person, you can get the basis of what this person was saying. They were asking somebody else who left DPRK, you know, why did they leave? And one person said, like, I thought that, you know, I thought that people there would be more friendly, more understanding, and they weren't. And the other person said, like, I left because of my greed, and now I regret leaving. I left the land because of my greed, and now I realize how warm and happy I was in the fatherland and motherland that gave me faith. And that's a sentiment that actually, I would say, the majority of defectors actually feel. Despite the ones that are loudest and seemingly most prominent being the ones that we see on TV. This one I just showed you? Well, this one I just showed you is actually just from a conversation on one of my Facebook groups that I ran.
Absolute majority
Red Russ,
of the working
welcome.
masses. Disillusioned at the American society, the working people struggle to change it.
I know few people who are former residents.
And even long for socialism. Concerning it, the U.S. rulers are screaming that the class struggle is waged. As to such reality of the United States, the American newspaper Workers' World pronounced as follows: the United States, an all-people equal society under the command of the Statue of Liberty, is now waiting for a miserable funeral. Capitalism is on the way to the tomb for its chronic, incurable disease. Right. The United States has turned its back on the people and abandoned them, though it depends on their blood tax. The only way for it to go is the tomb of history.
Yeah, that was that one dude that they interview on there, Julia. There's also, if you look up, you can find an interesting See if I can. Yeah, this one here. The National Post also like reported. It's just a similar sentiment, right? Like that these defectors, like I say, it's actually the majority sentiment. Like, look at this from the National Post or Associated Press. As Kim Cars passes, North Korean defector cries and shouts. Oh, is this block? Oh, it's printed in another one. Don't worry. I can get it from here because these people reprinted the same thing. Damn it. Here it is. This one might work. I hate these news sites sometimes. Yeah, here it says. See? A tearful North Korean defector shouted, "Please, let me go back home." As a black limousine carrying North Korean leader Kim Jong-un passed by her in Hanoi on Tuesday. Jin Eun-hye is one of 2 North Korean defectors who flew to Vietnam to wish for progress during the second summit between Kim and U.S. President Donald Trump this week. They joined a crowd gathering near Hanoi Hotel where Kim is staying. She said she hopes the summit will help achieve peace so she can return to her hometown of Musan, which she fled in 2003. For defectors, North Korea isn't a country of hatred, but a place that we are desperate to go back to, even in our dreams, Shin told the Associated Press. I hope to see a day where I can go back to North Korea by taking a train like Kim Jong-un used to come here. Unquote. Later, Tuesday, when Kim's limousine left his hotel, escorted by motorcycle outriders, Shin cried and shouted repeatedly, "Please let me go back home. I don't understand why we should live while missing our hometown." Well, she's actually South Korean. She's actually has a South Korean passport or whatever right now. But yeah, they would probably accept her if she were to, like, seek asylum. She and her fellow defector came as part of a popular South Korean TV program featuring North Korean defectors, a really popular one. Shin, a 30-year-old nurse in Seoul, has been a regular guest on the program titled "Now on My Way to Meet You." So she doesn't live in Vietnam. She flew from South Korea to Vietnam, specifically to see Kim Jong-un at this meeting. There has been instances, which I did show you, like in the book that we're about to read from here, where there was repatriation that happened. Right here. These are unconverted long-term prisoners repatriated from South Korea, returning back to DPRK. That was in September 2000. Part of that was Rian Mo was one of them, who was literally in prison for like 40 years or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, Julia. Absolutely. Some defectors go back too. That's what we need. We need to get a Julia trip to DPRK. We can have Julia report from DPRK for us. Take a trip and then you can come back and tell us all about the experience. I'll interview you on stream. You'll be our DPRK reporter. Let's do it. We'll see if we can set up a meeting with Park Won-jin, cousin of Park Yeon-mi, who said Park Yeon-mi knew only money, even when she was living here in the socialist system, and she inherited it from her parents. Yeah, we're gonna read from this book in just 1 second. Well, hello. What do you want? Hi. Hello. What is it? Soda wants me to chase her. Sody, what you doing? Soda wants me to chase her. She just went behind the chair. Oh, I got her. Oh, I got her. Oh, the pretty Sody. Oh, the pretty Sody. Yunmi traded community, culture, and tradition for plastic surgery and American luxury. Yep. Yes, she did. Hi.
This guy's a con!
You really want me to chase you? Holy shit, Hash Kush! Thank you so much for the gift sub to Skeetily Spooch. Very much appreciate that, comrade. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, comrade, for your support. I was just seeing if I could find something right quick. Because one day I will show you this one video. And there's a couple interesting ones.
The
There's
press
one here about
conference
the
was
truth
held-
behind the deserters from North Korea kicked up by South Korean traitors. And there's another one that's interesting as well. I'd have to find it again, I guess. I thought I had it saved, but I guess I got it bookmarked somewhere. Which is a similar thing, but it shows a South Korean defector who is quite famous in the South, and then came back to DPRK and gave a press conference on it. And everybody who saw the press conference was like, "Oh my God, she's clearly being forced. They kidnapped her or something." Loyal citizens in Pyongyang, definitely worth a watch. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at this book. And then I've got DPRK explained, and then I've got a long piece here from DPRK called Always Together with the People. So first of all, let's have a look at this book we've been working our way through. Now, even though this is, even though this is about, the part we're on now is about Sun Gun and Kim Jong-il era, this is the legacy, of course, of Kim Il-sung. So it still works, obviously. Under the unfurled banner of Sun Gun. The DPRK's development course was an untrodden path, as its founding had been. After attaining the cause of immortality of the leader, a term unheard of in the world, it defined Sungun politics as the basic political mode of socialism in the 1990s, when the country faced severe trials, and started the Grand Sungun Long March that would write a brilliant chapter in the DPRK's history. Kim Jong-il's inspection of the Dwarf Pine Company of the KPA on January 1st, Juche 84, 1995, demonstrated his will to administer Sungun politics, which he had pursued since the late 1960s, on a higher plane and in a comprehensive way. From that time on, he inspected army units one after another. He was elected General Secretary of the WPK on October 8th, Juche 86, 1997, and chairman of the National Defense Commission of the DPRK at a first session of the 10th Supreme People's Assembly of the DPRK on September 5th, Juche 87, 1998. This was a political event that made it possible to etch in both relief the history of the Sungun-based revolutionary leadership in the annals of Juche. Regarding the companies as the main link in the whole chain of strengthening the entire army, the WPK convened a conference of company commanders of the KPA and a conference of youth league activists of companies. It set military affairs as the most important state affair and remarkably increased the fighting efficiency of the KPA. Kim Il Sung's birth year, but they started just on the new year. The National Conference of Activists, so I think 1912, right? The National Conference of Activists in aiding the army and the Conference of Heroes in Sungun era contributed to achieving a harmonious whole with the WPK, the army, and the people centered on the leader, as well as a great unity of the army and the people. The WPK achieved remarkable successes by dint of Sungun politics, defending socialism, developing the country into a political, ideological, and military power, and ushering in a new era in the building of a thriving socialist nation. Underground nuclear tests were successfully launched on October Juche 95, 2006, and May Juche 98, 2009, as part of a measure to build up the country's self-defensive nuclear deterrent and attain the status of world-class military power. During the arduous march and the forced march, the Korean people not only endured the manifold hardships, but overcame them with unshakable faith and indomitable willpower to carry out the WPK's gigantic plan by giving full play to the revolutionary soldier spirit and the Kangye spirit, thus providing a firm springboard for achieving national prosperity. Their operating system is actually Red Star OS. The torch of Sungang and the torch of Rennan, both kindled by General Kim Jong-il, led to a great revolutionary upsurge in the building of a thriving socialist nation. Power stations sprang up, and the Land Realigned project was completed on a countrywide scale. Starting in Gangwon province, with the result that all the fields were standardized as appropriate to the land of Socialist Korea. The flames of the Industrial Revolution in the new century and the flames of Hammundan flared up, effecting innovations in the building of an economic giant. Thanks to the general's patriotic devotion, CNC technology was introduced in the manufacturing machine tools. This led to widespread CNC drive in machine building, metallurgical, electric power, and coal mining industries, railway transport, and other major sectors of the national economy, and even locally run industries. He made tireless efforts to put the national economy on a highly Juche-oriented, which means independent-oriented, modern scientific footing, lay solid foundations for radically improving the people's living standards, and bring about miraculous innovations across the country, thus ensuring that monumental edifices representative of the era and prototypes of Sungun culture were created. In his work, Let Us Carry Out the Great Leader Comrade Kim Il-sung's Instruction for National Reunification, published on August 4th, Juche 86, 1997, he defined the 3 principles for national reunification, the 10-point program of the great unity of the whole nation, and the plan of founding the Democratic Federal Republic of Koryo, all advanced by President Kim Il-sung, as the 3 charters of national reunification. In April Juche 87, 1998, he set forth the 5-point policy for the Great National Unity, opening up a broad avenue for national reunification. And he arranged for the Inter-Korean Summit meeting, ushering in the June 15th reunification era. Sin Chao, welcome in, comrade. Happy Day of the Sun to you. The WPK's Sungun politics for anti-imperialist independence and its might have helped towards enhancing the dignity, prestige, influence, and attraction of the DPRK in the international arena, promoting its international solidarity and expanding its external relations. The harder line stand it adopted to cope with the U.S. imperialist nuclear and missile threats and the offensive diplomatic warfare against them contributed to demonstrating the strength of Sungun, Korea, and establishing diplomatic relations with many countries of the world, including those of the European Union and in Western Europe, Canada, and Brazil. The general underwent the super intense forced march, crossing Chol Pass amid a freezing blizzard on his way to the front line, and singing to himself that he would follow the way with hope, although nobody understood his feelings. Braving the trials of history for the security and happiness of his beloved people, he built up the ever-victorious tradition of the WPK and enhanced the prestige of the country and the nation. Indeed, he achieved immortal exploits for the national prosperity and global peace, which will go down in history. Salute to Comrade Kim Jong-il. And here is Comrade Kim Jong-il inspecting the Dwarf Pine Company on the morning of New Year's Day, January 1995. Kim Jong-il's congratulating service personnel on their successful exercise, January 1998. Kim Jong-il inspecting a KPA unit on Cho Islet, defending a forward post on the west coast, November 1996. Kim Jong-il visiting the Myeongdae Revolutionary School, January 1997. Kim Jong-il among women soldiers at the Persimmon Tree Company of the KPA. The KPA service personnel displaying the revolutionary soldier spirit in the building of a thriving socialist country. So just as I was saying, remember I said, if there's a harvest that needs help, if there's a cooperative farm or a state farm that doesn't have enough manpower to harvest or plant, the Korean People's Army will be there, as you can see right here. If there's a hospital or a dam or other important building that needs to be completed in a rapid time, the Korean People's Army will be there. This is why DPRK considers the Korean People's Army to be the main force, the motive force of the revolution. Where it was once the working class, they consider in a socialist society, it changes from the working class in general to the motive force, the vanguard of revolution, becoming the Korean People's Army. Or, in the case of wherever, the People's Army. The Korean People's Army developed into the main force of revolution and an invincible army. Here's the long, this is the long pass right here. On the islet, near the front line base, an area that has literally been hit with American and ROK shells. This islet. This is where Kim Jong-il traveled to. All the way up this long pass. On this islet. This is Chol Pass. We will never forget. This is a poem dedicated to Kim Jong-il doing this. How grim the situation in this country was. What a thorny path we had to tread. The general, Kim Jong-il, in this case, embarked in tears of blood. On the arduous march, which we will never forget. He crossed Chol Pass to defend the country. He visited Kangyi to achieve its prosperity. The general shared a bowl of gruel on the rugged road, which we will never forget. If it had not been for him, Korea would have perished. We won victory under his leadership, giving priority to arms the way he did. We will trust and follow him forever. He defended the red flag single-handedly. His immortal exploits we will never forget. A famous story about Kim Jong-il is actually during the arduous march, when times were so hard and when food was scarce. Kim Jong-il refused to eat anything else other than white rice. No soy sauce, no nothing. People all around him would demand that he ate other things, that he eat more healthily, and until the arduous march was over, he refused to eat anything besides white rice. That was it. For the entirety of it. Which is why he went from looking a lot like Kim Jong-un to being quite a much thinner man after the arduous march. Literally unprecedented in the history of leaders. I read something where they claim that DPRK forcing people to call it the arduous march because calling it a famine makes the government look bad. Oh my god. The arduous march for them is literally defined as a forced famine that the imperialists forced on them. Laughable. Night as bright as day on the Jangja River. Yep, Yahya Sinwar didn't eat for 3 days before he died. Revolutionary leaders, Julia. And Kim Jong-il, we should recognize as a revolutionary leader. Despite the fact that, he grew up in a place where socialism was already established, he embodied a succession of revolutionary leadership, carrying forward Kim Il-sung's strategy, Kim Il-sung's leadership. Man died on a train going to inspect the next place. I feel like Kim Jong-il, he doesn't get enough credit by communists in the West, especially. Even Kim Il-sung, Kim Il-sung, obviously, all the bullshit they say about Kim Il-sung too, obviously. But I feel like even with Kim Il-sung, there's more tolerance for him. And, even among the pure socialists, there's more of a tolerance for Kim Il-sung as well as being oh, he was good, he was a revolutionary guerrilla fighter, and his ideas were later distorted by Kim Jong-il. Is something that I hear from pure socialists a lot. Is a way to sort of I guess make Kim Jong-il into a Khrushchev-like character and celebrating the pureness of Kim Il Sung's revolution, when really, like, Kim Jong Il has just carried forward exactly what Kim Il Sung would have wanted into the next era. And I would argue Kim Jong Un has done that as well. And that is, in fact, that is when you look at the language of the WPK, when they talk about a monolithic ideology, that's what they're talking about. They're when they're saying we need to model the whole country on Kim Il Sung's ideas. That's the ideas they mean. The revolutionary ideas. Yar Sinwar wasn't your kind of revolutionary? Well, you know what? I don't pick and choose my revolutionaries like that. If someone's willing to die for the people, then that's doing a hell of a lot more than like someone like Hassan is. Kim Jong-il providing field guidance to a machine factory, December 2010. Oh, he has the most Orientalist takes when it comes to DPRK. We're keeping the Bernie type thrashing to a minimum, Alexandro. It's the day of the sun. We're celebrating Kim Il Sung today and his legacy. Steel production at the Hunghe Iron and Steel Complex. There's a historic event right there on the far left. You see the launch of the artificial Earth satellite Kwangmasong number 1. Launch of the official artificial Earth satellite Kwangmasong number 2. Right beside it. And here's the Pyongyang mass rally held to celebrate the successful nuclear test. And here's a sea of potato flowers at Taehongdan. That's a lot of potatoes. That's a lot of potatoes. something deformed worker state, right? Ah, I can tell what this is. This is the reclamation project. So this is reclaimed Taegyado tideland. So because DPRK is an extremely mountainous environment, growing can be a challenge there. Part of the problems, of course, that they faced during the arduous march. So this is one of the project is actual reclaiming tideland so that they can use for farming. DPRK potatoes are fucking delicious from what I understand. Yeah, Dan. And this is the thing that's so inspiring about DPRK to me. That they understood extremely early on that they needed to develop heavy, light, and their own medium industry. Insofar as much as possible with the resources they have to work with. And like that's so vital because they even saw through mistakes that USSR was making. Some people don't know this, but I've talked about how Khrushchev is like ideologically the successor to Trotsky, in the sense that he acted like if you remember, I talked about how Trotsky acted like he wanted Western Russians, Ukraine, to be the leaders of the revolution because he saw the Eastern colonized people, the peasants, as being unable to lead in a very racist type of way, right? Khrushchev was much the same way. but not only towards, and I mean Trotsky too, not only towards people in the Russian Empire, the former Russian Empire, but also towards people outside it, in China, in Korea, etc. And Khrushchev much the same way. And a lot of people don't know, but part of perestroika and then like some of the reform that came was a strategy that Khrushchev and his leadership came up with, which was essentially imperialism repackaged, which, by the way, yes, Khrushchev was Ukrainian, which, by the way, is something that China criticized them for, which was that they wanted other countries in the socialist bloc, Cuba and like Korea, etc., to basically be the furnishers of raw material, and then to send that raw material, be the extraction, right? The extraction process, and then send the extracted material to USSR, which would then be processed into finished goods and sold back at these other places. You seeing a problem here? Is anyone seeing a problem with that strategy? And again, this was a strategy that China rejected and criticized, rightfully so, Khrushchev for, DPRK as well, and said this would leave us at, like, if USSR was ever overthrown or something ever happened, that would leave us unable to feed ourselves. We would be dependent. Yeah, I mean, it's a really terrible strategy, Dorian. Yeah, it's a dependence that is like incompatible with socialism. He talks about it in Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, but that is one of the strategies that Khrushchev tried to employ, and it was just like met with discontent from China and other socialist countries. Yes, the social chauvinism is Trotskyism. Yes. And again, this is like, that's the type of mindset that, and the traitors to like the legacy of Stalin that took over the leadership of USSR. So like, although masses do make history, the leaders play an important role in the sense that if you have a leader that's misinterpreting history or maliciously interpreting history and the masses and directing that enthusiasm in an incorrect direction, it can certainly make a mess of the revolution. And the blame can't be put on the masses or even on the cadres, right? That's why I said too many socialists like do get too bogged down in this just rejecting the idea that leaders have any influence over the masses that they are themselves members of, you know? Oh, don't even get me started though. And this is another thing that I appreciate about DPRK is that Juche never shied away from that. And they looked at like the quote unquote cult of personality of Stalin and they rejected that. And they said, if this is the way the masses behave towards their leaders, who are we to tell them no? Are the leaders the masters of the revolution or not? You know, the revolutionaries are just supposed to be the model revolutionaries. You're not supposed to, like, you don't dictate shit to the masses. You don't command the masses. You are the model for the masses to follow. And you're trying to uplift the masses to that level of the vanguard. And that's something that, like, so many just, like, they don't want to address that because the question of leadership and cult of personality, thanks to the Khrushchev's secret speech, has made this subject uncomfortable for so many. Hi, you're gonna come right over and take my joints.
Joint. I'm only taking one. Sharing. I roll all your joints anyways.
Well, not that when you're smoking. Yeah. She yoinked the doink.
I did, I yoinked the doink.
I'm gonna smoke it soon.
I have to vote, apparently.
Vote?
Yeah, the girls at work were like, you have to vote. I fucked up my vote and I need someone to vote for Polyev. So apparently I have to vote.
Vote for Polyev?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's what I have to do. I was like, I think Shane would be offended if I voted.
I mean, especially your vote for Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, okay, that's
They fucked up their vote. What? They accidentally vote for the Liberals?
No, they voted for him, but you're supposed to vote for like people in your community.
Yeah.
So her vote was.
She voted.
She didn't know how to.
She didn't know how to vote. So she
for
she went into the poll.
And she voted for.
She wrote Pierre Poilievre down instead of voting for the PC candidate in her area.
And she did the pre-votes
Okay.
before there was a piece of paper that said these are who you could vote for.
Okay.
She just had to write it down.
Wow.
And she never voted.
She just voted for Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah. Blew to win. So she was like, "Can I vote? Will you vote for me?"
Oh my god. Oh my god. Do not vote for Pierre Poilievre. Who would want to vote for him?
Says it's gonna change the world. We're gonna bring back healthcare.
Pierre Poilievre is gonna bring back healthcare?
Yeah.
Where did she get that idea?
I don't know.
He's never even said that he wanted to do that.
There's
Oh. Look at that, a nug.
mug.
Pierre Poilievre, as far as I know, has never said he wanted to bring back healthcare. I'll vote, but I'll write in Yar Yar Sinwar. Anarchists will decry to proletarian class for being ignorant and uneducated enough for revolution, then also hate the leaders who do form the vanguard, right? Complaining? And I mean, and this is the weird thing. This is the thing that annoys me, I guess, about like the Mike from PA and the Hassan thing is like they totally ignore the idea of vanguard and just say we have to meet people where they're at. This is where the masses are, so we have to support Bernie because they're the best we got. It's like no, we form we form the best possible organization and raise the masses up to that level. And what do you know? In the U.S., organizations like that already fucking even exist, for God's sakes. Ugh. You know? Can you tell Chad about the zoo? Oh yeah, okay, well, yeah, since we're on the topic, there is the one incident before I continue reading, before we continue looking at the pictures, rather. The greatest burn in the history of all time was Zhou Enlai and Khrushchev. Because Khrushchev, all snarky, like having this the really anti-communist view that he's got. He goes up to Zhou Enlai and he says, "You know, there is something about the Soviet Union and China. There is this major difference. And the difference is that I am from the peasant class, whereas you, Zhou, are from the aristocrat class. That's a big difference between us." And Zhou replies and says, "Yes, but there is this similarity. We are both traitors to our class." Never has a burn burned so hard as that day. Yes, I played that video on stream, Dimitros. I love that video. And that video will be played again. But, okay, wait, I gotta try and segue back to this book now. I got a good way to do it. Oh yes, I got the perfect way to segue back to this book. Check this out. I did a thing. This is the thing I did. Look at my thing. Corn has class character. Do not let anybody tell you the problem was the corn. The problem was the class character of the narc who tried to introduce the corn. You see. There you go. That's my meme. And here's Kim Jong-il visiting the Rungyung Fish Farm, November 2010. Holy shit! Look at this fish farm. Wow. That is a fucking big fish farm. Korean people enjoying the cultural and emotional life under the care of the party. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. This is like a very popular... Here, I'll zoom in. It won't be as good, but this is like a really popular cave in DPRK that you can just paddle your boat into. Here's the Misroyek ski resort. Many people choose to go there on vacation. Beautiful banquet hall there. And here's like a fairground here. We all do skeetily. We all do. Beautiful fairground. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, Bama. Here's Kim Il-sung University. All of these buildings here. This is the central building. This is, I think, a dorm here. And then this is all part of the campus over here. I have a friend who got a doctorate at this university. Fake buildings. National Taekwondo, these are winners. Sports people exalting the might of Sungun Korea. Kim Jong-il meeting the delegation of South Korean media organizations. Kim Jong-il signing the North-South Joint Declaration Juche to June 2000. Sorry. A photo shell jointly held by North, South, and overseas Koreans. A ceremony relinking railway ties between North and South. Workers from the North and South engaged in recreational pastimes. Over here on the right. Beautiful display of fireworks. Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un giving field guidance at the construction site of the Hulchon Power Station. August 2011. Look at our comrade. Look at our comrade. Look at our marshal. Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un visiting the February and Vinalon complex, October 2011. And there we go. That brings us to the end of this chapter of 70 brilliant years of leadership. And next week, next Juche's Day, will be on the final chapter of this, which is to achieve final victory in the building of a thriving nation, which will, of course, deal with the Kim Jong-un period, up until now, essentially. Or up until the time the book was written. So there you go. That's your Juche read for today. Oh, but hold on now. Kim Il-sung had something else to say. I always strongly warn our officials that subjectivism and bureaucracy are most dangerous in guiding the revolution and construction. If one wants to avoid falling into subjectivism, one should go among the popular masses, including workers, farmers, and intellectuals, and listen to their voices. Only then can one map out a policy to meet the demands of the people and also find out many things. That's what he's saying, Samuel. Okay, here I got a little thing for you. DPRK medals and honors explained.
Around the world, something that's always interested me is the systems of orders, honours and decorations through which countries honour individuals for their work, service to the country and so much more. The DPRK is no exception. Less than a month after the foundation of the Republic in 1948, the first decorations were introduced. The list of awards, honours and medals has increased since then, ranging from the prestigious awards for defending the Republic to less common medals to commemorate the construction of the capital or anniversaries of the Korean diaspora. So, with this in mind, let's take a look at the medals and honours of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Korea and Soviet troops leave the northern sector, which they've occupied since the end of the war with Japan.
For a mass rally August 15th to mark 40 years since the end of World War II.
Before we begin, let's quickly cover the three key terms we'll use in this video: medal, order, and title. Whilst they may seem interchangeable, they are actually three distinct categories. Firstly, a medal. A medal is awarded to an individual for something specific. You may be awarded a medal for 10 years of military service, or making innovation in the fields of science or agriculture, the arts, distinguished service in the army, or the participation in significant battles and conflicts. An order is different. Deriving from the idea of a national honour, a symbolic bond between an individual
Jeremiah,
and society
thank you so much for
country.
gifting one to Bama. Thank you, comrade. We're now 4 subs away from bonus candy.
Order may be awarded to an individual, a group, or even institutions to recognise
will be
their
super
achievements in
special
service.
today.
Often,
Oh yeah,
these fields determine which order will be awarded.
I should say, I almost forgot. Comrades, if you do unlock the bonus candy today, it's going to be a super, super special movie.
A title is separate
Or
from
more
a medal
subs.
or an order, although titles may come with additional medals or other decorations. The DPRK currently has 2 instituted titles: Hero of the Republic and Hero of Labour. So, now that's out of the way, let's first check out the most famous medals and honours, which you may have already heard about. One of the highest
Hey, Miss
titles in the
Goober.
Republic, Hero of the Republic, was instituted on the 30th of June 1950, just as the Korean conflict had broken out. 2 weeks later, the first title was awarded. In total, 533 were awarded to servicemen during the victorious Fatherland Liberation War, with an additional handful being awarded to Chinese soldiers for their exemplary service. Typically, The Hero of the Republic title is bestowed for significant achievements, either during military service or during the course of an individual's civilian profession. A year later, another of the DPRK's most prestigious titles was introduced, Hero of Labour, or Nonyok Yongun, awarded to those who have made significant contributions to the country in various fields, such as agriculture, industry and the like. The design of the medal is similar to that of the Hero of the Republic, with a 5-point star in the centre. However, the Hero of Labour star is emblazoned with a hammer and sickle. The highest orders in the DPRK honours system are the Order of Kim Il-sung and the Order of Kim Jong-il, introduced in 1972 and 2012 respectively. Awarded for significant efforts for the revolutionary cause and working for the construction of a socialist Korean nation, the awards are presented both to individuals and organisations. For example, the Mansudae Art Troupe, who were awarded the Order of Kim Il-sung in 1972, and the Mangyongdae Revolutionary School awarded the Order of Kim Jong-il in October 2012. First instituted in 1948, the Order of the National Flag was the highest order in the DPRK until 1972. It is awarded in 3 classes. First class, the medal for which is entirely gold. Second class, which is partially gold, partially silver. And third class, which is silver. During the Korean War, the order was invested to
hope y'all do, 'cause it's a
Korean People's Army
it's a
and
banger.
Chinese People's Volunteer Army. These orders and titles are some of the most prestigious decorations in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, although numerous different medals and honours have been instituted since 1948 right up to the present day. So, here's a quick timeline of DPRK decorations from 1948 right up to today. Due to the high number of honours, medals, decorations, titles and orders which have been instituted in the DPRK, this list will only include some of the most important and most interesting. The first order to be instituted in the DPRK was the aforementioned Order of the National Flag, introduced on October 12, 1948.
Yeah, I haven't made
Only 4
really
days
many
later,
new ones.
the Korea Liberation Medal was introduced on October 16, 1948. This silver medal used the colours of the new national flag as its ribbon bar, whilst the medal itself held an image of the Liberation Tower in Pyongyang, built to commemorate the liberation of Korea from the Japanese in 1945. The medal itself is inscribed with the word Haebang, or liberation. By the summer of 1949, 2 new medals had been introduced. The Medal of Military Merit was introduced to award soldiers for exemplary conduct, or distinguished service in combat. The red, white and blue ribbon holds a medal depicting a Korean People's Army soldier in front of the national flag. The medal was awarded to over 500,000 KPA servicemen during the Korean War, and nearly as many Chinese. The Meritorious Service Medal, depicting a red star above a golden laurel held on a red, white and blue ribbon, was introduced to award distinguished individuals in the fields of labour, arts, sciences and socialist construction. In 1950, the aforementioned Hero of the Republic title was instituted. The following year, the Hero of Labour title was also introduced. After the signing of the armistice in 1953, a new medal was introduced. The Commemorative Medal for the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War, or 위대한 조국 해방 전쟁을 기념 medal, was awarded to all service personnel who participated in the Korean War. In 1973, the Order and Medal of Military Service Honour was instituted. Unlike previous honours awarded mainly during the Korean War, the Medal of Military Service Honour was awarded to lower ranks for distinguished service in the Korean People's Army. The red, yellow and green ribbon holds a silver medal depicting the 3 branches of the KPA, the Ground Force, the Navy and the Air Force. The order, as opposed to the medal, is awarded in 3 classifications: first class, second class, and third class, to higher ranks of the armed forces. The foundation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea Commemoration Medal, or Chosunmin Jujuy Inmin Konghaguk Tangon Kinyon Medal, was instituted in 1983
He seems pretty
to
good.
commemorate the 35th anniversary of the foundation of the Republic in 1948. It was awarded to, quote, "the labourers who carry on the glorious traditions of the anti-Japanese war, support our party's ideology and policies, and selflessly devote themselves to the foundation of the DPRK, and make significant contributions to the promotion of the prosperity of the Republic and the implementation of ideology throughout the whole of society." The medal sits under a ribbon in the same style as the national flag, and depicts the national emblem, cast in gold, emblazoned atop a red star with gold trim. The Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Commemoration Medal, or Cho국 Haebang Kinyon Medal, was awarded to those active and reserve military personnel who participated in the Korean War. It was instituted in 1985, in the lead up to Victory Day, to commemorate the conflict and those veterans who had served. The medal has a red ribbon and depicts a Korean People's Army bugler on a red background. In 1998, another commemorative order was issued to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Republic. The order was awarded to those who were, at the time, working in service to the state, party, or for distinguished service in those roles, or in the armed
I'll
forces.
forgive
The order
him
is
for
primarily
being
gold,
British, she said.
holding an image of the national emblem at the heart of a 5-point star, surrounded by a laurel leaf. Atop the whole arrangement, emanating from behind the star, is the national flag. In 2013, the 60th anniversary of the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Commemoration Order was instituted. Issued to all Korean War veterans, the badge itself was a golden 5-point star with the Victory statue, built in Pyongyang to commemorate the Korean War, in the centre, surrounded by a laurel leaf. Whilst these may be the most significant medals and honours to have been instituted since '48, there are a large number of lesser known, much more intriguing decorations, which have been awarded throughout the DPRK's history. The Admiral Lee Sun-shin Order of Merit was instituted during the Korean War, awarded to those officers of the Korean People's Army Naval Forces for distinguished service and actions which inflicted significant losses upon the enemy. The order is dedicated to Admiral Lee Sun-shin, a Choson-era admiral known for his victories against the Japanese during the Imjin War. Instituted in 1986, the Samdae Hyokmyon Bulkun Kihunjang, or Order of the Red Banner of the Three Revolutions, was awarded to individuals for distinguished service or achievement in the fields of ideology, technology, and culture. The order depicts the winged horse, Tolima. Awarded at intervals of 10, 20, and 30 years, the Order of War Service Industry is bestowed upon military engineers to award their years of service in the Engineering Corps. The Order of Korean Labour depicts a gold star with a hammer and sickle emblazoned on it. Atop the gold star is a red flag with 노력, or labour, written on it. It is awarded for distinguished and meritorious labour. Instituted in 1992, the Commemorative Order of Capital Reconstruction was awarded to those constructors who took part in the rebuilding of Pyongyang after the Korean War. Describing the order, it was written that, during a short period of time after the Liberation War, Pyongyang was built into a modern cultural city, on a land of ruins, under the ambitious conception and powerful leadership of our party, and has taken an entirely new look. It was to those responsible for the transformation that this order was awarded. It was also instituted as a medal. The Medal for Agricultural Merits is awarded to those working in agriculture who have distinguished themselves through meritorious labour, innovation, or outstanding productivity. The medal, fittingly, depicts an image of a tractor. The Order of Railway Service Honour is awarded in 3 categories: first, second, and third class, for distinguished and meritorious service as part of the Korean State Railway. The medal depicts the logos of the Korean State Railway emblazoned on a golden 5-point star. As the name suggests, the Order of Colliery Service Honour is awarded to mine workers in recognition of either long service or meritorious work and productivity. It is awarded in first, second and third class, and the medal itself depicts a Korean mine worker emblazoned on a red star surrounded by an industrial cog above it and wreaths of produce below. Finally, one of the most recently
only 3 minutes left in this.
Celebrates the
Type 840 or 420 in the chat.
I've
got a quote and then I've got a nice long form video for the smoking.
Hung beneath a blue and white ribbon. It was first introduced in 2016. A separate set of medals exists to commemorate important anniversaries of the Cheongmyeon, the overseas organisation of Koreans living in Japan, established in 1955. In 1975, all members of the Cheongmyeon organisation were eligible to receive a commemorative medal marking the
probably
occasion.
just get the agricultural one.
The medal, 기념 메달 청년 재단 20주년, was held by a ribbon in the colours of the DPRK's national flag. The medal itself was silver, with a wreath pattern on the outside. Another medal was instituted in 2005, marking the 50th anniversary of the Cheongmyeon. This medal, however,
no,
is
like
gold-coloured.
it's illegal to like distribute, like, you know, to be a private seller, obviously, but it grows like naturally, and so people smoke. A lot of people smoke it instead of
Depicted
tobacco.
the Cheongmyeon headquarters in Tokyo on the obverse, with the years 1955 and 2005 either side of it. The DPRK national flag is depicted above the building, whilst 50th anniversary is written beneath.
That's USSR that has the hemp medal.
With the first honours and decorations being
They had the hemp
instituted
medal.
mere weeks after the institution of the country itself, the history of the DPRK's honours system is deeply rooted and entwined with the history of the Republic. As the country grew and changed, so did the honours. As with many countries, medals, titles, honours and decorations can provide a glimpse at what the country considers important within society, and how a nation has developed over the years. It's easy to see the impact of the Korean conflict in the DPRK, as numerous military awards and honours were introduced in the early years of the Republic, with these later making way for orders honouring mine workers, engineers, railway workers, and the arts and culture. This track record also shows a country proud of its modernising achievements through the Capital Construction and Paektusan Youth Power Station medals, but still a nation keen to keep hold of its past through the invocation of the Choson-era hero Lee Sun-shin to award its most meritorious naval officers. There are, of course, so many more medals, honours, orders and decorations worth mentioning. Not to mention the wide array of prizes and honorary titles bestowed upon individuals distinguished in their fields. If you want to learn about merited artists, why not check out my video on DPRK music? Merited athletes? I've done a video on the DPRK's mass games. Merited railway worker? You get the idea. If you'd like to help support the channel, then you
Here
can
we
find
go.
my Patreon link in the description.
That's DPRK explained today. Okay, I need to see those 840s, those 420s into chat. I've got a Kim Il-sung video. I got a Kim Il-sung quote for you, and then we're gonna watch a video here. That is titled. Just rearranging some stuff. There we go. Okay. That is called. This is a video made in DPRK. It's by DPRK, but it's done in English, and it's called "Always Together for the People." I hope that now, 3 hours into our DPRK content, and after as long as many of you have been listening to me, I can go and smoke this joint, and we can enjoy this video and contextualize everything that is said and understand the praise in it, and ourselves celebrate in the praise that we're going to hear in this video as well, even, perhaps.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Thank you, comrades, for the 420s, the 840s. Meet me in the hotbox room. First, I'll give you this, though. But the political philosophy of our state is the Juche idea, which requires that all consideration should be made centered on humanity, and that everything should be made to serve them. By fighting in single-hearted unity under the banner of the Juche idea, our people have been able to build, even under the most difficult conditions and circumstances, human-centered socialism, in which the people are the genuine masters of the society, and everything in society serves them. The democratic character of our society finds clear expression in the fact that all the people, as the masters of the state, equally enjoy a sound and stable life in its material and cultural aspects, exercising completely equal political rights, and that, on the basis of comradely love and obligation, they work together for a common goal and develop together, helping one another and leading one another forward. Reminder, we got 4 subs for you to unlock special, super special Day of the Sun candy content. Not that this right here isn't going to be super special. Enjoy. Meet me in the hotbox room.
President Kim Il-sung met foreign heads of state and prominent figures. This documentary film has recorded meetings of President Kim Il-sung of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea with foreign heads of state and prominent figures. Part 2. April 1970 to December 1975. President Kim Il-sung, held in high regard as the great leader of the independent era and the veteran statesman of the world, was engaged in full-charged external activities in the 1970s as well, making notable contribution to the cause of independence against imperialism, the cause of global independence.
Sir boy, the famous burner, Zhou Enlai.
In April 1970, he met Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai and discussed the problems of steadily boosting bilateral relations of French-Spain cooperation and giving an impetus to the struggle of the world's progressive.
Zhou and Kim Il-sung got along really well together. And, yeah, they do. They have a statue of Zhou Enlai. They got along really, really well together. They very much were on the same page of, like, many things. Like, Zhou Enlai even famously said, this is a quote by Zhou Enlai, quote, "As Stalin has said, leaders must always be among the people in order to be able to be leaders of the people."
For national independence and sovereignty and social progress. In June 1970, he received Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia and extended his full support and encouragement to the struggle of the Cambodian people for national salvation against the United States. In August 1970, he received Jafar Mohammed Nimeri, President of the Democratic Republic of the Sudan, who said that Korea's experience in endeavors for anti-imperialist independence and the building of a new society served as a brilliant example for all other countries. Kim Il-sung, in his meeting with Kaisun Phombihan, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Lao People's Revolutionary Party, expressed his firm support to the just struggle of the Laotian people. In August 1970, Narita Damomi, chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Japan Socialist Party, was received by Kim Il-sung and admired his leadership ability and noble virtue. In October 1970, Kim Il-sung was on a visit to China. He talked with Chairman Mao Zedong in an atmosphere of brotherly friendship. The Chinese party and government leaders described their meeting with Kim Il-sung as their greatest pleasure and said that no force can ever undermine the solid traditional friendship and unity of the Korean and Chinese peoples. During his stay in China, he met Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia, who praised the Korean president for his immense contribution to the cause of independence against imperialism. In October 1970, Henry Winston, chairman of the National Committee of the Communist Party of the United States, described his meeting with Kim Il-sung as his unforgettable honor. In June 1971, Kim Il-sung received Carlos Altamirano Orrego, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Chile, and expressed his firm solidarity with the struggle of the Chilean people. In June 1971, he greeted Nicolae Ceausescu, General Secretary of the Romanian Communist Party and President of the State Council of the Romanian Socialist Republic, and talked about upgrading bilateral ties of friendship and cooperation. In July 1971, he received Li Xiannian, Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, and talked with him in a cordial atmosphere.
In July 1971, Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia visited Korea again and expressed his gratitude to Kim Il-sung for his unqualified support to the struggle of the Cambodian people and for his unfailing treatment of himself as a comrade in arms and blood brother. In his meeting with Kim Il-sung, Kamara Taylor, General Secretary of the All People's Congress of Sierra Leone, said that the Korean president's revolutionary idea was extending bright rays to his far-off country, and that Korea was the beacon of hope for the developing countries. Agostinho Neto, president of the People's Liberation Movement of Angola, expressed his utmost respect for Kim Il-sung as a great leader of progressive mankind. In September 1971, Kim Il-sung welcomed Samora Moises Marcel, president of the Central Committee of the Mozambican Liberation Front, and extended solid support to the just struggle of the Mozambican people. Kim Il-sung had a cordial talk with the visiting president of the Presidential Council of the Hungarian People's Republic, Ryoshon Tsipal. Ruben Dario Batista, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the People's Party of Panama, and Tanka Prasad Acharya, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Nepal, were impressed by their meetings with the Korean leader of world renown, as their wish had been fulfilled.
So are you all seeing how isolationist the DPRK is yet?
Minobe Ryogichi, governor of Tokyo Metropolis of Japan, was received by President Kim Il-sung. He said he had been impressed by the president's noble virtue and leadership ability in making notable contribution to national prosperity and global independence. In November 1971, Kim Il-sung visited China and met Chairman Mao Zedong and Premier Zhou Enlai. Basking in warm welcome and special hospitality, he enhanced his personal ties of friendship with the Chinese leaders. Against the background of internationalism and comradeship, his visit wrote a significant page in the annals of Korea-China friendship. In January 1972, Takaki Takeo, advisor to the editorial board of the Japanese daily Yomiuri Shimbun, met with Kim Il-sung, praised him as the pioneer of the new era of independence, and said that giving wide publicity to his great profile was the conscience of progressive journalists. In January 1972, Kim Il-sung had an amicable talk with Juan Mari Gras, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Puerto Rico. In February, he welcomed Jose Ambrosio, General Secretary of the People's United Action Movement of Chile, and encouraged his patriotic activities. In March 1972, Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai, on his Pyongyang visit, talked with the Korean leader about upgrading friendship cooperation between the two countries, two parties and two peoples. This occasion gave a great fillip to bilateral friendship and the world revolution. In April 1972, Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia came to Pyongyang to offer congratulations to Kim Il-sung on his 60th birthday, and he highly praised the president for his undying services to the Korean Revolution and the cause of independence against imperialism. In May 1972, Kim Il-sung received Mohammed Siad Barre, President of the Supreme Revolutionary Council of Somalia and President of the Somali Democratic Republic, and expressed firm support for the endeavors of the Somali people for the building of a new society. The Somali leader expressed his high regard for his Korean counterpart, saying that the Korean people were making precious examples in all spheres of social life. In June 1972, Kim Il-sung received Takeiri Yoshigatsu, chairman of the Japan Komeii Party, and said that his Korea visit would contribute to developing friendship between the two peoples. Álvaro Cunhal, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Portugal, praised Kim Il-sung as a great leader of the world revolutionary movement and genius of mankind. In July 1972, Kim Il-sung met Abdul Fattah Ismail, General Secretary of the National Front of the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, and gave valuable advice on boosting bilateral ties. Mohsen Al-Aini, Prime Minister of the Yemen Arab Republic, said that it was his unforgettable honor to have seen President Kim Il-sung, the idol of respect of progressive mankind. Amilcar Cabral, General Secretary of the African Independence Party of Guinea and Cape Verde Islands, presented a gift to Kim Il-sung, representing the fighting West African people. In August 1972, Kim Il-sung visited China. Chairman Mao Zedong greeted him and praised the validity and vitality of the Juche idea authored by him. Kim Il-sung met Premier Zhou Enlai and reached a consensus of views on matters of mutual concern. Iwai Akira, president of the Joint Liaison Council for Interchange between Japanese and Korean workers, noted that Korea, under the guidance of President Kim Il-sung, had shown a worldwide example in building a land of bliss for the workers and other sections of the people. Mainza Madias Chona, Vice President of Zambia, said he was honored to meet President Kim Il-sung, who had built a socialist country, independent in politics, self-sufficient in the economy, and self-reliant in defense, and he presented a gift to the Korean leader. In his meeting with President Kim Il-sung, Yasue Ryosuke, managing editor of the Japanese political theoretical magazine Sekai, expressed his highest respect for the president, saying that his leadership had brought about a spectacular reality in Korea. Kim Il-sung gave advice to Jose Enrique Diaz, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Uruguay, on how to take the course of independence. Among the renowned politicians and figures of the world who came to meet Kim Il-sung was Enrique Pastorino, president of the World Federation of Trade Unions. Narciso Issa-Conde, General Secretary of the Dominican Communist Party, extolled Kim Il-sung as the most preeminent leader of the 20th century. On his China visit in October 1972, Kim Il-sung met Premier Zhou Enlai and other party and government leaders. They expressed their best regards to him, praising his great idea and leadership and remarkable set of noble qualities. In his several meetings with Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the Spanish Communist Party, Kim Il-sung talked about how to boost ties between the two parties. In December 1972, Lansana Beabogi, Prime Minister of Guinea, met Kim Il-sung and said that Juche idea serves as the banner of the people in their endeavors for the building of an independent sovereign state. Ranganath Sharma, President of the State Council of the Kingdom of Nepal, noted that friendship and cooperation with the Korean people led by President Kim Il-sung was invaluable for the Nepalese people. Maria Estela Martinez, Vice Chairperson of the National Justice Movement and wife of General Perón, ex-president of Argentina, was impressed by her meeting with Kim Il-sung and said that she would keep his handwriting as a family treasure. General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ecuador, Pedro Antonio Saad, stressed that respected President Kim Il-sung enjoyed absolute trust of progressive mankind as the most experienced leader that guided the cause of socialism to victory. Knud Espersen, chairman of the Communist Party of Denmark, stated that his meeting with Kim Il-sung confirmed him in his belief in the inevitable victory of the cause of independence, the cause of socialism. In June 1973, Kim Il-sung received Gustav Husak, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. The Czechoslovak leader praised Kim Il-sung's exploits in guiding socialist construction to victory and awarded to him the supreme decoration of his country, the White Lion Order First Class with a gold chain. In June 1973, the visiting Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Van Dong presented a gift to Kim Il-sung, saying that Korea's brilliant achievements in socialist construction were the result of his leadership. In July 1973, Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia expressed his profound gratitude to Kim Il-sung for rendering active support so that Cambodia could achieve success in politics, military affairs, diplomacy, and all other fields. Wilfred Butchett, an Australian author and journalist, visited Korea again to meet Kim Il-sung and was impressed by his warm hospitality out of moral obligation and his precious advice. Egyptian Vice President Hussein El-Shafei praised Kim Il-sung as a great outstanding leader respected by the people of the developing countries. In October 1973, Kim Il-sung met with Premier Zhou Enlai in Shenyang, China. The traditional Korea-China friendship developed further through the ceaseless meetings of the leaders of the two countries. In October 1973, Kim Il-sung met Todor Zhivkov, first secretary of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party and president of the State Council of Bulgaria. The Bulgarian leader admired Korea's fine achievements in socialist construction, in particular in the education of the rising generations and the people under the leadership of President Kim Il-sung. Then he conferred the Georgy Dimitrov Order, the supreme decoration of his country, on his Korean counterpart. Vice President of Gambia, Camara, expressed his admiration for the revolutionary idea and leadership charisma of Kim Il-sung, saying that the Juche idea is an everlasting torchlight, illuminating the road of emancipation and prosperity for the people. In March 1974, Kim Il-sung had a historic meeting with Houari Boumediene, president of the Council of Revolution of Algeria. The Algerian leader said that all achievements made by the Korean people gave eloquent testimony to the validity of the Juche idea, and that Algerian people too would have to take the road of political independence and economic self-sufficiency. In May 1974, the visiting president Léopold Sédar Senghor of the Republic of Senegal said that under the wise leadership of Kim Il-sung, the Korean people had brought about world-amazing miracles in all fields of the revolution and construction. Stein on High, chairman of the Norwegian Socialist People's Party, said that President Kim Il-sung was the author of the Juche idea, the banner of independence, and the great leader of the revolution, and he presents the gift. Genaro Caronero Checa, General Secretary of the Peru DPRK France Band Culture Association, presented to Kim Il-sung his book Korea, Rice and Steel, dedicated to the President's greatness. Amarne Saarinen, chairman of the Communist Party of Finland, was convinced by his meeting with Kim Il-sung that the cause of justice of the world workers and other progressive people aspiring after independence would definitely emerge victorious.
Finland, for God's sakes! Finland! Do you understand?
Kim Il-sung had a memorial conversation with Carlos Altamirano Orrego, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Chile. Bencho Kubadinsky, Vice Premier of the Cabinet of Bulgaria, conveyed to Kim Il-sung the special regards of the Bulgarian head of state and the feelings of respect of the Bulgarian people.
Oh, Kim Il-sung met Sankara. Kim Il-sung gifted Sankara a pair of pearl grip pistols that Sankara held onto until his death.
Miguel Ege Nututumu, Vice President and Minister of National Security of Equatorial Guinea, extended thanks to President Kim Il-sung for his support to the peoples of developing countries. In August 1974, Kim Il-sung met Nguyen Hu Tuo, President of the Central Committee of the South Vietnam National Front for Liberation, and congratulated him on the victory in the anti-US National Salvation Resistance.
Met with the leader of the anti-fascist resistance in South Vietnam.
Narida Tomomi, Chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Japan, and received a gift from him. The President gave an important advice on a number of problems, including that of developing friendship between the Workers' Party of Korea and the Socialist Party of Japan, and between the Korean and Japanese peoples. In September 1974, Kim Il-sung met President Gnassingbé Eyadema of Togo. The Togolese leader praised Kim Il-sung as father of the Korean nation and an outstanding leader of progressive mankind, and awarded the Supreme Togolese Decoration, the Mono Grand Cross Order, to his Korean counterpart. In September 1974, Mokhtar Ould Daddah, President of Mauritania, extolled Kim Il-sung's immortal exploits and said that Korea had proved no power can ever conquer people who are shaping their destiny by their own efforts. In September 1974, Syrian President Hafez al-Assad met Kim Il-sung and told him that he was greatly impressed by the fact that Kim Il-sung had created a brilliant example by applying the Juche idea in all fields of social life. Then he conferred the Supreme Syrian Order on the Korean leader.
Yep, and then Assad Sr. gave him the Supreme Syrian Order.
Humberto Ortiz Flores, manager of the Voluntad publishing house in Ecuador, said that the world people were learning from Korea a heroic nation led by President Kim Il-sung, an outstanding leader of the revolution, an iron-willed brilliant commander. Ichigawa Makoto, president of the Liaison Council of Neutral Trade Unions of Japan, expressed his highest regards to Kim Il-sung, the idol of respect of the peoples of the developing countries.
Trade Unions of Japan?
In November 1974, Kim Il-sung granted an audience to Salim Rubaiya Ali, chairman of the Presidential Council of Democratic Yemen.
Let's go.
The guest said that the achievements made by the Korean people in socialist construction under the wise guidance of President Kim Il-sung and the Workers' Party of Korea were inspiring the peoples of developing countries with great confidence, and that Juche makes up the driving force of struggle.
You want to know why Yemen's so strong today? Of course, it took its own self-development and struggle, but it was very much inspired by the struggle of Korea.
Kim Il-sung gave advice to Mohammed Hafez Khanem, first secretary of the Arab Socialist Union.
Juche is what's happening on this planet, y'all.
In his meeting with Kim Il-sung, Mobutu Sese Seko Kuku Nugubend Wazabanga, president of Zaire, expressed his admiration for the brilliant results achieved by the Korean people under Kim Il-sung's leadership. In January 1975, the visiting Maltese Prime Minister Dominic Mintov said he came to take a cue from the exploits performed by Kim Il-sung, the great leader of the independent era, and that Korea's success greatly encouraged the people in their building of a new life.
Capitalist courts, mama. Sorry to hear that.
In March 1975, Chairman Samora Moises Machel of the Liberation Front of Mozambique extended his wholehearted thanks to Kim Il-sung for his unreserved support and great encouragement to the Mozambican people in their just struggle. On his historic visit to China in April 1975, Kim Il-sung was greeted by Deng Xiaoping and other party and government leaders, as well as by Samdech Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia. Chinese people had respected and trusted Kim Il-sung for decades since the joint anti-Japanese struggle.
Well, if we don't make candy today, that just means more time off for Larry.
Kim Il-sung met Chairman Mao Zedong and talked with him in a cordial atmosphere. He had a conversation with Premier Zhou Enlai in an atmosphere overflowing with revolutionary friendship. He also met Chairman Zhu De of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, and then Deng Xiaoping.
At least the fifth. Oh, Jesus Christ, Hash Kush! Well, there we fucking go, Hash Kush! Just unlocked the special secret candy content for Juche's Day. Goddamn Hash, thank you so much, comrade. What the fuck?
And the people.
Go follow Hash Kush for God's sakes.
The citizens of Bucharest unfolded grand scenes of respectful
Hash
welcome,
honoring Kim Il-sung. Let's go.
unprecedented in the history of the capital city.
We've unlocked the secret special candy content.
The two leaders met on several occasions in an atmosphere of friendship, discussing matters of mutual concern. In May 1975, Kim Il-sung visited Algeria and was accorded rousing welcome by Chairman Houari Boumediene and 600,000 citizens of the capital city. The Algerian leader highly praised Kim Il-sung for his exploits for progressive mankind. The Korean leader, the author of the Juche idea, was awarded honorary doctorate of Algiers University and the honorary citizenship of Algiers. Kim Il-sung also visited Mauritania in the tropical heat. President Mokhtar Ould Daddahu awarded to him the Supreme National Decoration, the Grand State Order of Merit, and said that the great leader President Kim Il-sung had rendered tremendous services to the building of an independent state, and that his visit was the greatest event in the history of Mauritania. In June 1975, Kim Il-sung visited Bulgaria on the coast of the Black Sea.
Yeah, it works. Picture-in-picture works for me.
And the people accorded him unprecedented welcome.
It's a crapshoot, Dave.
The two leaders talked in a comradely and friendly atmosphere. The Bulgarian leader said that President Kim Il-sung was an indomitable fighter for freedom, independence and socialism, and a great leader of the world revolution, and that his visit was the greatest honor for Bulgaria. In June 1975, Kim Il-sung arrived in Yugoslavia and was greeted by President Josip Broz Tito and warmly welcomed by the people. Despite his illness, Tito accompanied his Korean counterpart throughout his tour of the country, expressing his respect and according him special hospitality. The Yugoslavian leaders, including Cemal Bijedić, president of the Federal Executive Council, noted that Kim Il-sung's historic tour of Africa and Europe had gone a long way to strengthening the non-aligned movement. In July 1975, Kim Il-sung granted an audience to Utsunomiya Tokuma, chairman of the Afro-Asian Affairs Research Institute of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan, and talked about the need for the Korean
Welcome in,
and
comrade.
Japanese
Happy
peoples to fight
Day
in
of the
unity
Sun.
to safeguard Asian peace and security. Ali Yatta, General Secretary of the Progress and Socialism Party of Morocco, pointed out that his meeting with Kim Il-sung had given him a better understanding of the vitality of the Juche idea. Saye Jerbo, head of state of Burkina Faso, was received by Kim Il-sung when he once served as foreign minister, and expressed his heartfelt reverence for the Korean leader. The prominent guests received by Kim Il-sung in September 1975 included Alexander Gray Zulu, General Secretary of the United National Independence Party of Zambia, and Professor and Dr. Yasui Kaoru, chairman of the Japan-Korea Solidarity Committee of Social Scientists. In October 1975, Kim Il-sung received Giancarlo Elia Valori, General Secretary of the Italian Institute of International Relations, and Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Spain. Kamiye Ramsarupu, chairman of the People's National Congress,
a little weird for your
Guyana,
first
was
message to
impressed
be
by his meeting
self-promotion,
with
don't
Kim
you
Il-sung,
think?
the great leader of the world revolution. Alvaro Montero Mejia, General Secretary of the Costa Rican Socialist Party, said that his meeting with Kim Il-sung was the greatest privilege and honor for him. Akamatsu Isamu, Vice Chairman of the Japan Socialist Party, expressed his tribute to Kim Il-sung, who had founded the Workers' Party of Korea and developed it into an invincible party, and he presented a congratulatory banner in the name of his party to the Korean leader. In November 1975, Sam Nujoma, chairman of the Southwest African People's Organization, expressed his profound gratitude to Kim Il-sung on behalf of the SWAPO and the fighting Namibian people for his brotherly support. In December 1975, Kim Il-sung welcomed Manuel Pinto da Costa, President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, and extended firm support for and solidarity with the people of Sao Tome and Principe in their endeavors for national liberation and the building of an independent and sovereign state. President Kim Il-sung's energetic external activities in opening up a new era of independence under the banner of the Juche idea will go down in the history of global independence and human liberation movement.
There we go, comrades. What did you think of that documentary, huh? Yeah, pretty damn good. I thought you all would like that one. Okay. Here we go. I do have a Workers' Party of Korea medley for you up next. And then I'd have another cool piece as well. But first, as we have been doing all along, a quote by the comrade. Revisionism came into being after the death of Marx and Engels. That is, between the late 19th century and the early 20th century. As an opportunist trend to revise the revolutionary essence of Marxism under the cloak of Marxism. As the struggle between the working class and the capitalist class became sharper with the advent of the imperialist stage of capitalism, the monopoly capitalists, intensifying the suppression of the revolutionary labor movement, pursued the policy of bribing the upper stratum of labor and using them as their agents, with the aim of splitting the labor movement and disrupting it from within. Thus, the degenerates and renegades of the revolutionary movement sold out to the imperialist bourgeoisie, revised Marxism to please the capitalists. Hence, their opportunism came to be called revisionism. One of the best definitions of revisionism I've ever seen. And now, I give you the great, long live the Great Workers' Party of Korea medley by Morang Bong Band. Yeah, that revisionism quote is still so relevant today. How did he behave? There you go. There's a medley of songs to the party. Okay. Two last short things before we do the secret candy that Hash unlocked for everybody.
Hey everyone.
Hash, Jeremiah, and Hash. Hash, Jeremiah, and Hash.
Matt from YPT here.
We watched this morning, but I want to replay it before we go on to the last thing.
Hey everyone, this is Matt from YPT here. We're at Kim Il-sung University where we've just had a couple of lectures about Korean language, and we're now going to head to one of the apartments of a professor who works here at Kim Il-sung University to see how the professors live near the new Ryongmyong Street. So let's go have a look. This is very, very exciting. First time I've ever seen a Pyongyang citizen's house.
Built and provided free by the government, and again, remember, as we learned earlier today, there's no taxes of any kind.
So James, what are we doing?
Oh, we are visiting the professor's apartment in the new street, which I've forgotten what it's called. Good place. So very exciting.
Hi. Yes.
Socks are okay?
Socks are okay, of course. Okay, let's follow her and look around the room. 네, 그렇게 합시다. So this is the living room. 사진 찍어도 됩니까? Yes. And this is the best house in DP, okay, for the professors of DPU. We have a photo of Marshal Kim Jong-un, who has been here on the housewarming day, and he had a photo taken with all the professors who are living here. Wow. And my class teacher is also here, actually. My mother, the old lady, is 88 years old.
여기 시아버님이 안산한테 건축가 있습니다. 안산한테 건축할 때 건축하고
여기 선생님네
아버지.
선생님이 교수니까. So actually, her husband is a professor in Kim Il-sung University, and her father-in-law was a famous architect in our country who designed Potonggang Hotel, where we have been for the phone recharging.
The captions are having trouble.
When he visited Potonggang Hotel. Okay.
그래서 인민문화공전도 여기 비파고래도 시아버지가 설계한 거다.
So also the People's Palace of Culture, People's Palace of Culture, it was architected by her father-in-law.
Wow.
And now her husband is a professor in Terio.
Wow, what a family.
In the electronic materials, department.
Cool. What does it mean? So the wall doesn't get dirty?
And this is a room for the study of the professor. Okay, so he can do researches and study. And this bookshelf is also built in at the initiative of Marshal Kim Jong-un. Actually, it wasn't here, but Marshal Kim Jong-un said it would be better if we have a bookshelf here for the professors to study. Okay.
See, so like. So there you go. There's an example of one thing that Kim Jong-un did while on like one of his inspection tours. He was touring these units during their construction, and he suggested that they put up a bookshelf here above in the study.
And this is professor and his wife's room, okay? And they have a special room for keeping their clothes, additional room, a small room for clothing.
Lucky.
Okay. Where they keep all. Okay, you can text it.
Look at the view. Lovely.
So I'm here in Ryongmyong Street, which is the new Dawn Street, which was constructed last year. And we are checking out one of the professors from Kim Il-sung University's apartment. It's a little bit weird to be looking through someone's house, but it's quite incredible to see what a professor's house looks like, and just a local Pyongyang person. Very, very cool.
They have 2 floors, which is just a parking area for them, because as it is too high, it will take time for them to go out. So they can sometimes spend time here, okay?
We are now here at the apartments for the professors and researchers of Kim Il-sung University. And just before we have looked at the house of the professors, and now here we are on the 27th floor, which is a kind of picnic park for the professors and the people to come here and to relax.
Cool.
Yeah, you'll see here, look, when it comes outside. This is the teaching staff apartments. There's an identical one right next to it, right here. This one also here is for Kim Il-sung University staff next to it.
Can you see one veranda with glass? Glass?
Yeah.
That is the 17th floor, which is kind of park like this.
Okay, cool. You can get a good picture of the new metro.
There you go. That's a teacher's apartment building in Pyongyang. A teacher's flat, I should say. Okay, I got one more sort of short piece for you, and then we'll do the special candy movie that the comrades unlocked. But first, some comrades working in the propaganda department of the party tried to copy mechanically from the Soviet Union in all their work. This was also because they had no intention to study our realities and lacked the true Marxist-Leninist spirit of educating the people in our own merits and in the traditions of our revolution. Many comrades swallow Marxism-Leninism whole, instead of digesting and assimilating it. It is therefore self-evident that they are unable to display revolutionary initiative. Kim Il-sung.
The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a country of the people, where they are regarded as the
Gotta
goal.
chew it, Sinjal, exactly.
The Korean people hold the great Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, the founder and builder of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in high esteem as their father. Korea is a state of a homogeneous nation with more than 5,000-year-long history. Until the beginning of the last century, it was a backward feudal state governed by a monarch. In 1905, the Japanese imperialists occupied Korea and forced colonial slavery upon the Koreans. They made desperate efforts to exterminate the Korean nation, depriving the Koreans of their spoken and written language, and even their surnames and names. In the rigorous days when the destiny of Korea was at stake, the great leader Kim Il-sung waged an armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists and liberated Korea. people praised him as liberator and the brilliant son of democratic Korea. In the liberated country, Kim Il-sung enforced a new politics for the people to realize the centuries-old desire of peasants and built a new country where the people became masters. After the foundation of the DPRK, the country of the people, the Korean people enjoy the genuine life as the masters of the country, masters of the sovereignty. Reflecting the will and demand of the people in politics,
oldest still standing is socialist state.
Built Korea into people's paradise, where the people said the socialist politics was enforced. Depended on the people, and their leadership brought up the people as creators of the new times and enabled Korea to shine as the country of Cholima, the home of Juche. Their lives were those of field guidance to provide the people with greater happiness.
1,000 number of units visited, number of field guidance days.
The motto of Kim Il-sung was, "People are my God." Kim Il-sung wrote a new history of the DPRK with his love for the people, and the people held him in high esteem as the father of socialist Korea and the eternal president of the DPRK. Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il were always together on the road for the well-being of the people. Kim Jong-il enforced the politics of love for the people, following in the footsteps of Kim Il-sung. In grim trials, Kim Jong-il defended and held higher the red flag of socialism with his trust in and love for the people. he made a forced march of super intensity for the people throughout his life. He said his life is boiled down to the words of devotion for the people. The historic change of a dignified Korea from a country of colonial slaves to a country of independent people was the fortune of Korea, which was made possible under the leadership of the great Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, the fathers who regarded the people as their God. The future of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea will be brighter thanks to the respected Marshal Kim Jong-un, endowed with a love for the people.
Kim Il-sung said to top or Juche's day off officially, as Kim Il-sung said, "My God is none other than the people. Only the popular masses are omniscient and omnipotent and almighty on earth. Therefore, my lifetime motto is, the people are my God." If you watched this Juche's Day celebration of the Day of the Sun, Comrade Kim Il-sung's birthday on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share my video around if you would please, and think about coming and joining us here on Kick. We have a pretty good time, don't we, chat? Exactly. Alright. Alright. That brings us to the end of the